artificial across domains in higher education. We Hello. We are living through a time of unprecedented transformation in education. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to laboratories or tech startups. It is now actively reshaping the very way we teach, learn, assess, and research. From personalized learning platforms and intelligent tutoring systems to AI-powered research assistant and administrative automation, we are witnessing a paradigm shift in academia. And with this shift comes a profound responsibility to equip ourselves with the knowledge and confidence to integrate AI ethically and effectively across all disciplines. This faculty development program is designed as a capacity building initiative specifically curated to help our educators understand, embrace, and lead the transformation. Whether you are teaching in engineering, commerce, humanities, management, or health sciences, AI is already impacting your domain and will continue to do so in the years to come. We are thrilled to have such a dynamic audience of faculty members and researchers who have gathered here today for this faculty development program. We are honored to have with us the esteemed dignitaries. We extend a warm welcome to Dr. Shubhendu De, the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Sister Nivedita University. We are also extremely privileged to have with us our keynote speaker for the session, Professor Shannon McKEEN from Wake Forest University, United States. So now, without wasting much of our time, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Shannon McKEEN, for the Faculty Development Program. Professor McKEEN is currently, prior to his role at Wake Forest, Professor McKEEN held prominent position at the University of North Carolina, including serving as a Director of Strategic Engagement with RANCI and Deputy Director for the NSF-funded South Big Data Hub. He also taught in the MCKEEN Flagger MBA program, where he served as a faculty advisor for the STAR program. His research interests lie in the application of analytics to organizational effectiveness, economic development, and experiential learning. With over 25 years of executive experience in sales, marketing, and strategic planning, including roles as vice president, he has worked with leading global retailers such as Walmart, Target, and Victoria's Secret. In addition to his academic and corporate experience, Professor McKEEN is also a successful entrepreneur and mentor, having launched e-commerce ventures in the US and China and supported startups through the Wisdom Starts Accelerator. We are truly honored to have such an accomplished and multifaceted professional with us today. I now request Professor McKEEN to take the stage and lead us through today's session on integration of AI across domains in higher education. So please.
Thank you so much for that welcome. I'm excited to be here and glad to see the audience. She introduced me. Can I have my slides showing on the screen? Can these slides show on the screen? Can you hear me? And so the picture's there, there's a voice, there's a voice there. Okay, so she introduced me, and now doesn't matter where you are in the world, technology is always a challenge. All right, so that's who I am. I'm a professor of practice at Wake Forest. I also have done some teaching at UNC Chapel Hill. I worked for Hanes Brand, which is an apparel company based in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And I started my career as a consultant with Price Waterhouse. Perhaps most important, I'm married and I have 2 kids, and I will talk about them at length if you give me the opportunity. So my agenda for today is to do an introduction around AI. From my meetings yesterday, I think there's folks in the room who know a lot about AI, and we'll do some breakout sessions. So hopefully you can collaborate, and maybe you can learn from each other. I think I often do. I learn from my colleagues as well as from whoever's at the front of the room. We'll talk about writing prompts. That's something that people are doing every day, but there's some techniques that if you take get better output coming from, is that me or is, you get the, if you take time and do prompts right, you can get more effective, more productive stuff from the generative AI. We'll talk about students. I have a big concern about how my students are using AI, as you may. I want to make sure that the students are using the tools to stretch their capabilities, not shrink their Google offers called Notebook LM. And we'll get a break somewhere in there. I'm going to let MRI tell me when the break time has come. So I'm going to start to understand where you all are in your experience with AI. So I'm going to use a technique that is called fist to 5. And in a moment, I'm going to ask you to indicate your level of familiarity with AI, self-identify. Fist is 0. 5 means you use it a lot. So some detail, if you've only heard about it and never used it, you would show your fist. If you've tried it once, maybe only using it once a month, all the way to 5, you'd be lost without it. So I'm going to count to 3, and on 3, give me some fist to 5, some number. 1, 2, 3, go. I see some 2s, I see some 4s, 4s, 4s. All right. 4s, 3s. Excellent. No fists? No, I don't see any fists. Okay, good. So you will learn from each other. There's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of knowledge in the room, and we can benefit from that. So what I want you to do is find a neighbor or find 2 or 3 people and just have a 5-minute conversation where you share with your neighbor what was the last thing you did with AI and was it successful or not. Talk amongst yourselves, and then I may ask people to volunteer what they talked about. So take 5 minutes and go. Mic to the audience for sharing the discussion. All right, it's settled down. Who wants to share an experience? wants to share? Please.
Uh, Good morning, sir. So the last thing which I checked from my chat GPT is I searched for a 4-week business plan framework, day-wise divided, as in what I should do per day.
Did it work? Did you get a good answer?
Amazing.
Nice. All right. Who else wants to share? Thank you.
I was looking into, good morning. So I was looking into a topic and trying to find out what are the different subtopics that can be worked on that particular issue.
And was this for a research or class?
Related to a research rather, also related to a class. So it's a broad topic, so I was just trying to find out what are the subtopics it can be broken.
And I'm curious, in that case, had you done some other like Googling or research in books, or did you go straight to AI? There's an endless supply of mics. Yeah.
Sir, since this was a very common topic, I did not go into Google as such. I started with ChatGPT and moved on to Perplexity. Perplexity was better.
Are there any other tools that we use regularity after Perplexity, ChatGPT? Gemini?
Yeah.
Gemini?
Okay, so uh, Shannon, I would like to share again since I'm also the part of our
Yes, please.
So I'm writing a paper for Scopus and Springer Nature. So the topic of the chapter is sustainable development goals for how AI is actually enabling the mental health care support for the elderly cohorts or the elderly patients. So I asked ChatGPT or OpenAI to provide me a chapter plan with a tentative abstract. Then of course I paraphrase it and I worked with the keyword selection and the whole chapterization and got. So it's lovely.
Yes.
Including that even at the last prompt, he asked me, do you need further information for me? If yes, please ask me, I'll expand it later. So that is wonderful something that I love it.
Yes, that's a great feature of most of the search, most of the LLMs. One more person to share. So the gentleman I met yesterday, oh, there we go, okay.
Morning, sir. I've actually experienced something very different because I wanted to find out whether we get some images of I just had my mother's death anniversary passed just a few days back.
Sorry.
So I wanted some idea about some standees or some other images, which I found better in Perplexity than in ChatGPT. But if we can't compare both, they both have their different features. Like Perplexity can be more advanced in even translating a particular language, which ChatGPT does not do, but then they both are equally very helpful in these things. That's what I experienced. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I'm going to show you, moving on, I'm going to show you a list of 13 things. I think they all pretty much translate, except maybe number 4. Anybody know what a Roomba is? What is a Roomba? Yes, so it's basically self-cleaning vacuum that you can park somewhere in your apartment, and then on a regular schedule, it will come away from its docking station and kind of vacuum things up. Anything else on this list that doesn't make sense? All right, so my question for you all is, what is artificial intelligence? If you had to draw a line somewhere between item 1 in item 13, where would you draw the line such that the things that are above the line are not artificial intelligence, and the things that are below the line are, in your opinion, artificial intelligence? So take a minute and check with your partner and ask, see if you both or all three of you drew the line in the same spot. Is that clear? Where would you draw the line? Spend time talking about it, and then we'll... All right, let's see what thought. Yes, thank you, sir, with the microphone. Who wants to offer an answer? Thank you.
Sir, what we conjointly think is the left side is not AI,
Okay.
and the right side is, might be
Okay.
AI.
Would anyone else draw the line in a different spot? Here at the back of the computer science department.
4 is basically a robot, right?
Yes.
Isn't that an AI?
You tell me.
I would think
Yeah.
so. I would think so. Everything else in left column is not AI. Everything on right column is AI.
So when I've done this in other
It's a
audiences,
machine learning
I've
algorithm,
had
right? So it is.
I had people draw the line. The columns are not significant. They're just numbered 1 through 13. So it's natural to think. Certainly the things on the right are, in my opinion, all people would believe they're AI. I am amazed, maybe I'm old enough, I'm amazed that my digital alarm clock knows the difference between daylight savings time. Is daylight savings time, do they have daylight savings time in India? Yeah. So my clock changes time by some sort of internal knowledge base that says, okay, today to change my clock, and it changes automatically. So it does something without my input, in my opinion. But clearly, artificial general intelligence is very much... Point is, everyone has a different opinion about AI, as do the scientists. It's hard to find a common definition for what artificial intelligence is. It is everywhere. So again, quick conversation with your peers. Where have you seen it in your life? Not necessarily you using it, but maybe where you think that has a generative AI component in your activities. Talk amongst yourselves. Go. Who wants to share where have they seen AI? Here, right here.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Actually, we used AI, me and my husband were using AI. We were traveling. So my husband asked the AI, what is the flight timing? And also we were somewhere outside India and we did not know the actual road. So we asked the AI what place we about to go or which transport would be easier for you for us to take. So we asked AI, and every now and then we asked AI about different questions that is being useful every single day.
Thank you. Was AI ever wrong? Did it ever give you a wrong
Not
answer?
as such.
As such. Someone in the back is nodding. Have you gotten the wrong answer from AI?
I think this is something everyone from the School of Law will tell you, that if asked, AI will generate case laws which are wrong and give you, instead of saying that it is not aware, it will give you wrong citations. It will make it up instead of saying that it's not aware. So this is...
Yeah, and I won't get into too much technical detail today, but AI is just a prediction machine. Generative AI is a prediction machine, and sometimes predictions are wrong. But it says the answers in very convincing language, so there's a temptation to want to believe what it says. One thing I'll get to a little bit later is, I think, the younger you are, the less experience you have, so our students may not have the wisdom to realize that the answer they're getting from AI is just totally wrong. Some of us have been around and we can recognize when something just doesn't make sense. I find that if I'm using AI for a topic I'm very familiar with, I can more easily identify when it is giving me bad information. But if it's a subject I know nothing about, like visiting a different place I've never been before, I have no idea whether it's right or whether it's wrong. AI is everywhere. You pick a sector and it's been integrated from social media to transportation, healthcare, education, entertainment, and probably others. And it's only going to grow, I think, and that has implications for our students as well as for what we do for teaching. For a lot of people, AI came into their awareness around November of 2022 when ChatGPT launched. But it's been around for a long time. The term was coined back in 1956 at Dartmouth, where I got my MBA, that's why I know this. They pulled together some researchers working in computer science and math, and they had a summer project thinking about artificial intelligence. Since that time, it's grown a lot. As we were talking yesterday in one of the meetings, there have been a series of what computer scientists would call AI winters, because there have been lots of hope and hype around certain paths of artificial intelligence in the past. And historically, they've started with a big bang, but they haven't turned out to be as productive as thought. I think this is different. I think generative AI is going to last. We may have future AI winters happening, but generally they followed an S-curve in the sense that there's been some advancements, a plateau, another advancement, plateau, and I think those are going to continue. So what is AI? We were talking about the list before. Practically, it's a computer program that can perform actions as well as humans. Back to my alarm clock example, the AI can set daylight savings time as well as generally people think of AI as doing much more complex things than setting a clock. Scientifically, AI are computer programs that embed the mechanisms of human intelligence, machines that think like humans. This is from a book that was published in 2019 called Artificial Intelligence. If you Google the definition of AI, you'll get some versions, but you may get others as well. The way I think about AI is they're basically smart machines. AI does things humans do. They understand language, they recognize faces, they can make decisions, but it's not magic. It's simply data and math. I teach in analytics, and machine learning has been around for a long time. learning's been around less long, but it's been around. And what AI is just faster computers, more storage, doing more compute on more data. AI is not yet conscious or has feelings, although sometimes, I'll share a slide in a moment, think AI has feelings. And the one thing that I'm telling my students with some regularity is that right now AI's uses are pretty narrow. It seems broad, they're quite narrow, and they're generally good at one thing. For example, what generative AI models are good at is predicting the next word or predicting what's going to come. The output of the generative large language models seems impressive, but really it is the early days of email predicting the next word, auto prediction. That is kind of the forerunner of what the generative language models do. So this is something that I saw early on when I started exploring large language models in ChatGPT, and I think this is a great framework that still works today about when to use ChatGPT and when not to use ChatGPT, or one of the other models. And back to the lawyer in the room, you know, if you're going to put something in a case that's going to court, you probably should not use ChatGPT. If you're trying to find a recipe, maybe ChatGPT would work. So it's just a question how important the output is, and now you're in a position to verify it. And if you can't verify it, and it's very important, then you should not be using generative AI. That could cause issues for safety issues as well as trust issues with people understanding what you're doing. There's a whole host of tools out there, a whole host of products. We've talked about Perplexity here on the left. We've talked about ChatGPT, but there's a number of them. And I think it's good to try out new ones every now and then. DeepSeek is not up here. DeepSeek I've tried. The challenge that I find for this field, and I suspect you have the same challenge, is that it changes so rapidly. The things that were a year ago changed now. And so when new ones come out, I try them out just to understand, try to stay on top of what the best, I think, for my use cases, the best tools that are out there. I still generally work with Claude. It's on the upper right by Anthropic. I find that to be a pretty good tool, as well as ChatGPT, and I also use Perplexity. Does anybody use any of the visualization tools that aren't DALL-E, that aren't ChatGPT, like Midjourney or Firefly? Has anyone used those tools? So early on, Midjourney, which is the sailboat, was probably one of the best image generators. But I think the ChatGPT product has gotten that much better, so I think Midjourney is losing market share to ChatGPT. And there's even more than that. There's a lot out there. Again, it's hard. Some are the freemium model where you can get free versions. Others are a paid model from the start. So does anyone recognize this? Any strategy presses in here? Anyone recognize this diffusion model? Yeah. So yes, consumer behavior, exactly right. And so what it represents is generally the adoption rate of consumers to new ideas. So generally, you can, for any new product, you can identify who the innovators are, those that are first to try a product, early adopters, following a little bit the innovators, the early majority, still on the front end of people using it, the late majority, and then the laggards, those that are most reluctant to use the product. And these percentages are over lots of research, generally how you would divide the population. And so I'm curious, I'd like you to talk amongst yourselves and answer the following questions. Today, as you think about your colleagues, where would you put yourself on this model? Are you an innovator, started early with ChatGPT or generative AI and has been doing it for, going on 3 years? Or are you a laggard, still slowly going after it? And then where does SNU fall on the model, and where do you fall? So take 3 minutes to talk amongst yourself to where you put yourself on this model. Thank you. The microphone. Thank you, sir. Let's see on this side of the room. On this side of the room, who's got? Oh,
Hello, sir. Now, I would place myself in early majority. Regarding SNU, I would like to place it in the early adopters. And students, I would place in, for example, the innovators.
innovators. Okay,
They
there.
use very frequently.
Right.
So that's my part.
So your early majority, SNU is early adopters, and students are innovators. Who else? Because a different perspective.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I consider myself in late majority because in our law department, the faculties who have recently joined, I actually got to know about AI from them. Hardly I was aware about, AI, and for my research, for my PhD also, I have now learned like how to use it. So I never. Where would you place SNU on this model? I think SNU is from our department again. I cannot consider SNU as a whole. So from the law department concern, it should be in early majority.
Okay.
And for my students, I consider them as early adopters.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I think I would place myself in the laggards part. I was really not aware of AI much, and for SNU, I think SNU should be something in between late majority and laggards. And for our students, I think they are innovators. They are much aware of AI, at least in management department, whichever students I interact to, they're almost innovators. Yeah, thank you.
So thinking about myself and Wake Forest, where I teach, I would say that I am an early adopter. I would say that the school is late majority. And students are interesting because I think they were innovators, but I think they've kind of plateaued. I think because they're so busy that they've used it, and a lot of them are using it to replace Google, which is not a bad use of AI, but there's so many other things that AI can do. So I think they were early to innovate, but they might be a late majority when it comes to staying present or current with what the different AI tools can offer. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but going back to AI is a broad topic. It's been around for 70 years, and there's lots of pieces of AI. Generally, AI can be captured into these 7 categories. Interestingly enough, generative AI is not on this list, but it is definitely machine learning and natural language processing are the origins for large language models and generative AI. So I think, again, I'm not going to get too technical, but just general AI uses large language models, which are basically machine learning models, deep learning models that have been trained on huge amounts of data, like the whole internet of data, as probably most of you know. There have been some breakthroughs that I'll talk about tomorrow that has allowed the acceleration of ChatGPT. It was interesting that I recently read a book about who is the CEO of OpenAI, which is the parent of ChatGPT. And the story he tells about ChatGPT is that when they released it, they were surprised that it took off so much because they had been using a chat feature before. Versions of the model had existed before. Scientists and researchers were using it, but somehow it caught the attention of the general public, and they were surprised with how much it took off. So it wasn't a well-planned thing. It was serendipity to the growth of the explosion of ChatGPT back in November of 2022. So at a very simple level, how do LLMs work? So if I say cricket, what sort of words come to mind? When you think of cricket, what other related terms or concepts or phrases can you think about? Take 30 seconds and see what other words you might think of that might come after the word cricket. Talk yourselves.
So it can be a cricket match.
Cricket match, okay. So we got match, what else? Ball. World Cup, wickets, players, yeah. A lot of cricket fans here, awesome. I had to learn about cricket because I use the baseball analogy when I'm in the US. If you think about all the terms that come to mind, some of those terms are more closely related to cricket, and some of those terms may have a broader definition or use. So if you can think about the correlation between the words you've thought about and the word cricket, some have stronger correlations, some have weaker correlations. How might you test that correlation statistically? What sort of research might you do to understand which terms are more strongly correlated to cricket and versus ones that are less so? I heard something out there. What was said? You can do a simple count. You could look at, the newspaper, you could listen to the radio, you could listen to the news, and just see how frequently the words you're thinking about are associated with cricket. We talked about cricket match, cricket bat, cricket ball, cricket jersey, player are the ones that I came up with. And so the correlation between the words you come up with and the word cricket is the parameter. So back to this list, maybe cricket match might have the highest correlation. Match might be the one that's most closely correlated with cricket, and maybe jersey is least correlated with cricket. You could apply some sort of measure of that correlation to those words, and those would be the parameters in the model that talk about the strength between those two words. So the linkages between the words and their relative statistical correlation are all part of the LLMs. If you hear about numbers about the large language models and how they've been trained, you know, there's like 170 billion parameters. It's thinking about all these words. The other thing, I won't get into too much detail, but the way the large language models work is they don't work on words, they work on tokens, which are generally partial words. And so that big model, that neural network that has all those tokens and all the parameters are what language model work. What we showed before was kind of prediction. What makes them actually strong is the context of the words. So when I gave you the word cricket followed by a blank, it could have been any one of those things. If I give you some words ahead of, should be cricket, not baseball, sorry. If I give you some word ahead of that, then you can understand what the higher probability of that word would be. So say we watched a cricket match. He got a cricket, she autographed a cricket bat or ball, right? It was a worn out cricket mat, a jersey. His idol is cricket, is a cricket player. So the context allows you to get parameters more right and more likely to get it wrong. But like the law professor said, sometimes it's wrong. And while the high probability might be it was a worn out cricket jersey, it could be a cricket bat or cricket ball as well. And that's where the errors come from. So why is AI different this time than it's been in the past? This is one particular theory from a colleague of mine, that it's more powerful, easier for people to use, and it's fast. So you can be on your phone, you can be at home, the whole number of ways, and so that's why it's capturing people's attention. One issue I have found, and this goes back to the students perhaps not using, at least in my class, not using AI to its full potential, is generative AI, general purpose technology. Does anyone know what that term means in this context, general purpose technology? So when I got my phone, it was a phone. So it was very clear how I should use it. I should use it to make calls. After a while, I became familiar with the other features that my phone had. I could take pictures, I could send text messages, I could do other things than use it as a phone, but I started using it right away because it was a phone. Other general purpose technologies have also experienced, in some cases, slow adoption. And I'm talking more about businesses than about consumers. Electricity, cars, computers, blockchain are all general purpose. So it's exciting what they can do, but the application takes some time to identify, which leads to something called the jagged frontier or the jagged adoption. It's where the tool or the innovation is used in places you'd expect it, in places you wouldn't expect it, but sometimes it's not used where you might expect it. So you can't always smooth frontier of how things are being used. Sometimes that adoption rate, this may have to do with our students, it may have to do with faculty, it may have to do with universities, is there infrastructure? People may not have a phone or access to a large language model, a skill gap, some uncertainty about should I use it, how should I use it, and then the cultural change it requires. We did a survey 18 months ago at Wake Forest amongst our undergraduate student population, and a noticeable percentage, like 25%, afraid to use GPT, and the ones that were afraid It didn't have to do with concerns of violating expectations from faculty. It had to do with the perceptions of their classmates. There was this perception was things the easy way and not doing the hard work of learning, so they were afraid they might be judged by their classmates for taking advantage of the shortcut, as it were. I think that's changed, but it's interesting to think about the interaction, the societal pressures that students or faculty or staff might face in thinking about adopting something like generative AI. One thing that can help identify how you use generative AI is to practice prompts. Some use cases that I have seen my colleagues and students use for generative AI: creating and editing content, brainstorming, pressure testing ideas. That's what I have found to be interesting, and someone mentioned this in a meeting yesterday. They did the same thing where if for an idea or a point of view on a topic, you can share your idea or your point of view with a generative AI and ask it to find the weaknesses, the blind spots, the holes in your argument, which can help you be better prepared to develop the idea or to make the case for whatever you're trying to lobby for. Summarizing content, I'm going to talk later today about a tool called Notebook LM. Is anyone familiar with Notebook LM? Good. I was afraid everyone would know it and then we couldn't spend time on it, so that's good. Language translation, a learning assistant. Some of my students do use it as a substitute for a TA. Creating and debugging code. Anybody use it for coding? I do, the man at the back would. Yeah. To write code or edit code? Here in the front, in the blue. Yes, ma'am.
For predictive analysis, and there's something called R. So we were given a project to do it, and as I am not from engineering background, so I was having difficulty in write the code. So I asked ChatGPT to do it, and it pretty does it well. Yeah. So and I got good grades. That's good. That's good. Just passed that exam.
So when I was at the University of North Carolina, I still have some friends there. An unintended benefit of generative AI is there are a lot, I'm sure it's not true for you all, but there are a lot of PhD candidates who use code in their dissertations, and some PhD candidates are not the best at documenting their code. They're not necessarily there doing it to get their research result, not doing it to write elegant code. And so once they've moved on, the code stays, the data stays, and nobody can figure it out because that PhD candidate has gone off. You could probably find that person. So there's lots of code, lots of data that's sitting around at UNC that no one knows what to do with because they can't make sense of the code, or there's a bug in the code and it's not documented, so it would take too much effort. But ChatGPT or Claude code can do it quite well. So they're actually going in and using it to resurrect some of that code, some of that data, and it may create future opportunities for other PhD candidates to build on the work that prior ones had done. So this goes back to the here. This is, there's a book called Co-Intelligence. It's in English by a University of Pennsylvania Wharton School of Business professor called Ethan Mullock. I think he's a pretty interesting expert on this, and the book is a great high-level view of AI. It's 2 years old now, but I think it's still relevant because he's talking at a very high level. So I will try to get a picture of that in this afternoon session and show that. But this, or at least that's where I learned of this on the here of the jagged frontier. And that's where the blue outline is the things that AI can do, and things outside the blue line are what AI cannot do. And many people are surprised. For example, the green dot is an example of something AI couldn't do, and the dot is something that AI can do, and people are surprised. Has anyone had an experience where there's something that they didn't think AI could do and it did, or something that they thought surely AI can do this, in the end it didn't do it very well? She's got an idea. What is her idea?
So we were thinking about preparing the timetable, the schedule for the class. So that was a failure for me because I tried it, but it did not work.
It didn't
No.
work.
So even I looked up for some references. For example, I chose a topic and I looked up for different papers, related research papers. But what I saw, the ChatGPT provided some research papers which actually does not exist. They are concocting the entire website. They are concocting the name of research papers. They are concocting the name of the research authors as well. And that is the result I have got.
So a recent example outside of work that I had where I was surprised what AI can do, and I spend a fair amount of time trying to understand where the different models and different tools are in their functionality, and this was a complete surprise to me. My wife, who doesn't use ChatGPT or large language models that much, we have a bedroom in our house that used to be our daughter's room. Our daughter's 29, she no longer lives with us. So that room is being turned into a guest room. And my wife was wondering what a new piece of furniture might look like in that room. And so she took a picture of the room. She had a picture from the internet of the piece of furniture, and she asked ChatGPT, can you take this piece of furniture and put it in this room, replacing the furniture? And it did it. It looked amazingly accurate, you know, and it was like, when she showed it to me, I was totally surprised. She was totally surprised. And in that room, right now, there's carpeting in the room. And she asked ChatGPT, okay, now what would it look like if the room had wood floors instead of carpeted floors? And it gave her a picture of the room with the new piece of furniture and the wood floors pretty accurately, so it gave her an idea of what to do. All I could see was all the money we were going to be spending as she wanted to make all these changes to the room. And a friend at work, I was telling the story at a meeting, and one of my colleagues, in a joking way, said, did she then ask what that room would look like in a bigger house? And no, she did not. So that was surprising. So the jagged frontier is the concept on the right. On the left here is some research done at a consulting firm around worker productivity, and measured some folks who were doing tasks, and they gave a control group they gave a control group no access to AI. They gave the test group access to AI. They measured productivity and quality on completion of those tasks. These are consultants at a consulting firm in the United States, and as you can tell, the ones that used AI had better performance, improved in quality and quantity, than the ones who did not use AI. So that itself was an interesting finding, that when used correctly, AI can improve productivity. What was perhaps most surprising was, if you look at the test group and you dove deeper, the test group, those employees had been evaluated before the test on those that were the top performers and those that were average performers and those that were below average performers. And the impact on the benefit they got from using AI was highly correlated to where they were before they started. So the bottom half of the participants in the test group saw the biggest jump in productivity, 43%. The more high-skilled employees saw a 17% jump. So that suggests that AI in the workforce could be better. be closer to the bottom of their skill sets. There's lots of opportunity for AI. This is a research friend of mine at Dartmouth, and they looked at categorizing the areas of AI opportunity, and they clustered them into 3 groups: using AI to gain efficiency, using AI to rethink existing work, and using AI to solve new problems. It's my hypothesis, and we're trying to develop some research on this, is right now a lot of people are using AI in that left bucket just to be more efficient. And organizations and people aren't spending enough time thinking about, okay, now that I have AI, how should I redo my processes? And are there problems that I can now solve that I couldn't solve before with AI? This is what people are doing with AI. This was a survey done in about a year and a half ago. It was published in the Harvard Business Review, and it looked at all the different ways that people are using AI. I'm not going to go through them all, but there's 100 different categories that they were used to look at prompts that have been submitted to ChatGPT. Generally, they can be categorized into 6 larger groups: technical assistance and troubleshooting, about a quarter; content creation and editing, about a fifth; personal and professional support, 17; learning and education, creativity and recreation, back to the traveler in the room; research analysis. So what I want you to do is think about which of those categories are most prevalent for you in your use of AI. If you think about how you used it in the last month or last 6 months, is it equal across all 6, or are you more focused on 1 or 2 categories? And then is there a use for AI that you haven't yet to do, but this is giving you an idea how you might use AI elsewhere? So take 5 minutes and talk amongst yourselves and how you might, your use case looks. Who wants to share? I think I lost my mic guide. Oh, there he is. There's somebody. All right. Sir.
So I think I have used AI for all the categories that are mentioned here in the past 1 year. And how would I like to use AI? I would like to use AI for scheduling.
Okay.
I would love if Google Calendars can incorporate AI scheduler much better than they are doing right now. So that's how I would like to see it go. But other than that, nothing comes to mind. And for those that are already mentioned, I've used it for all the purposes that are mentioned here.
Is there a category that you think works particularly well, that you've gotten the most benefit out of?
Most benefit out of would be technical assistance, content creation, and professional support.
Excellent. Thank you.
So there's this one little unique thing for which I use. I think I was just discussing with my colleague about this. So as he just mentioned, I also use it for all the purposes, as mentioned. There's this one website called Nykaa.
What's it called?
It's called Nykaa, Nykaa. It's a makeup,
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
personal care website. So there, I am a lipstick fanatic. But it's not possible to go to the store every single time and check out all the lipstick and then buy it. So it's usually a trial and error. So in there's this one feature where you can simply put the screen and you can choose the shades, and that shade you can see how it shows on your skin, including the texture now. So that helps a lot.
Yeah.
That saves a lot of wasted money too.
Yes, that's excellent.
That's something we also have in Lenskart when we choose our frames for our glasses.
You said choose for what?
The glasses.
Glasses.
The frames.
Sorry, yes, Liz, thank you. Yeah. Anyone else have anything that they hadn't thought about using AI for and now probably will think about doing it? The one thing I'm going to ask you at the end this afternoon is, what's one thing you're going to take away? So be ready to have a list of things you're going to do. Hopefully, either you learned from your colleagues or you learned from the presentation. All right. So this is the same survey done a year later. And this was surprising to me because there was a noticeable change in how the respondents were using AI. And as you spend a moment looking at the table on the right, the categories that seemed to grow the most was the idea of personal and professional support. Growth in areas such as therapy, activity, and personal development. So that was to my colleagues who are in the medical school and clinicians that provide care, but it was very, very interesting to see how, I think this was a US-based survey, so I'm not sure if it's true outside the US, but the change was quite dramatic. Are you aware of students or others who might be using generative AI as a coach or as a counselor to help with particular issues? So it's an American thing, maybe. Yeah, so what it was an interesting question it raised, and I'll be looking for the same survey when they do it again in the spring. Looks like between 2004 and 2005 of AI and ChatGPT moved from a tutor to a coach. A lot of in 2024 were around efficiency and productivity. In 2025, like I said, was emotional support and life organization. The top use case in 24 was generating ideas. In 2025, it was companionship. The dominant theme in 24 was technical help, and 25, personal and professional support. Some thinking about corporate adoption, how companies were using it. In 2024, quite emergent, quite cautious, very concerned about some of the risks we talked about. In 25, certainly embracing it more formalized. Microsoft and EY were an example, Ernst & Young that came from the survey. And then more sophisticated use. People are using AI beyond prompts, beyond simple tasks into agents, GPTs. Are you familiar with the GPT? Anyone know what a GPT is? So basically, it's an agent that you can, and I'll talk more about it with the students in the coming days. It's a way to kind of repeat a prompt. You can build an agent or a GPT that you can use or someone else can use for similar questions or similar tasks. Some of my colleagues have built GPTs around the material in the course. So you can put all the course material, all the readings into this GPT, this agent, and then the students can inquire of the GPT, ask questions about, explain this to me again, explain that. And the benefit is that they are accessing information that the professor provides. They're not accessing information that's out on the internet. And so the professor, assuming what they have included is accurate, they're more likely to get information that's aligned with the professor's expectations or the professor's perspective on the particular topic at hand. So something to watch if you're not seeing it, because I don't know if this will turn global or whether it's just something that was unique to the United States. Some opportunities and challenges. I think what I have seen is they're getting even better at translating between languages. I had done some literature reviews for a particular topic, and I stumbled across this paper that was published in Kazakhstan, and I had no idea how I was going to translate from Kazakh to the English. I put it into ChatGPT, and it translated right away. So I think at least it's, for me, it's provided more access to a broader range of papers that might be out there in journals that I normally wouldn't look at because of the language barrier. There's lots of hope that AI is going to help in diagnosing diseases, increasing productivity, ultimately, driverless cars, smart homes, smart assistants. The one thing that I won't spend a lot of time talking about, but I think we need to be very aware of, is there's a lot of downsides to AI. There's a huge environmental impact. If you've done any reading or the typical inquiry into a generative AI model takes a lot of energy and uses a lot of water. And if the trend continues, that's going to cause problems. There's an article in The Economist this week where some of the researchers, some of the tech companies behind the large language models are hoping that AI will find solutions to the climate crisis and will find solutions to the water crisis before AI uses up all the resources. But I'm not sure that's going to happen. So that's something that people are doing research on, and it's something to be thinking about. AI bias, as I mentioned, or as you may know, a lot of these models are trained on text from the internet. And if you spend any time on the internet, there's a lot of stuff out there that's garbage. And there's bias out there. And so a perfect example is a lot of the text on the internet is in English. And so there's a bias towards English language along these large language models. And it's hard to overcome that bias once it's locked into the parameters. It can impede learning. I'll talk more about that in a moment. Deepfakes and misinformation. I think this is a global phenomenon, is that because we have so many different sources of information available to us, we tend to gravitate towards the voices or the sources that we agree with. And that creates an echo chamber where we're kind of hearing things that we agree with, and we may become closed to other perspectives. And people can take advantage of that by bringing false information into those bubbles, or deep fakes. It's scary that some tools out there that are readily available could take about 2 minutes of this presentation, if it's on camera and audio, and then they can have me saying something totally different than what I'm saying right now. And so that creates issues for, particularly if it's a leader or someone with a lot of influence, if somebody can have them saying things that they never said, that can cause problems. And then I think one is a business school. One thing that we're very aware of is what is this doing to the labor force. I think ultimately it's going to be a good thing, but in the short term there may be some pain. So these are all things that people should be thinking about. And there are colleagues at Wake Forest that are thinking about this. Hopefully there are folks here that are thinking about the downsides as well as the upsides of generative AI. It's using generative AI. Anthropic, I mentioned, the parent of Claude, looked at 1 million anonymized student conversations on Claude. They identified students by a .edu address. And what they found was that 40% of those inquiries were used for creation. Create the answer to this quiz or assignment, and only 2% were using it to remember facts. What this concern this raised is are outsourcing critical thinking and maybe weakening their cognitive muscles. I think that's a huge risk. I see that myself, that if you're too dependent on technology to do something for you, and you become less good at it yourself. So the challenge is how to make sure students are continuing to critically think while using AI to get more work done and be more productive. Anyone know Bloom's taxonomy? Any educational? Bloom's taxonomy? It's a pyramid where it talks about different levels of cognition, and so at the very bottom is remembering things. At the very top, it's creating and applying things, and there's different levels of understanding that happens along the way. And the idea is that as educators, we're looking to help students move up the pyramid of Bloom's taxonomy. So we don't only want them to remember things, we want them to be able to apply them and to create things. And the paper suggested that they've inverted the Bloom's taxonomy, delegating the higher cognitive functions to AI and keeping the lower cognitive functions for themselves. Any thoughts on your students? Any sort of experience similar to that? Any fear you have that students are letting AI do all the work? And so you have who's got the microphone? What happened to the microphone? Yeah. The woman in yellow, the back. Thank you, sir.
A very common thing that we see in classes are that once the students are taught something, they understand the thing, right? But once they go back and after that they are asked to do an assignment, they invariably go to ChatGPT and then they give the question and then they write the thing that ChatGPT has told them, even if it is wrong or even if it is not up to the mark. Maybe I have taught them 10 points on a particular topic and ChatGPT has given them 3. All of them, even the best of them, will come up and write those 3. In spite of knowing, understanding, discussing in class, when it comes to an assignment, they feel that ChatGPT is safe, and even if it is wrong, they'll always emulate what is written in ChatGPT instead of reading the books or the class notes.
So they trust ChatGPT over what they themselves will learn.
Yeah,
wow.
Exactly.
So I have a question for you. So the second point, that 40% of them are using AI for creation and 2% are only for remembering. According to you, is that a problem or is that a good thing?
I think it's a problem. I'll talk in a moment about what I call Socratic prompting. And I think what happens is, this is a very simple example, but instead of a student, let's say a student is asked to write a paper on, the India's independence from the UK, that the lazy student will say, ChatGPT, write me a 5-page paper on India's independence from the UK. What I would advocate they do is they may ask ChatGPT to tell me what were the key points that led to India's independence from the UK, and then use that information to write the paper themselves. So the creation was ask ChatGPT to write the paper for me. Remembering facts is help me understand the elements of independence, then I myself will put that in. What I will provide some sort of weighting or importance to the different facts and write my own paper. That's what I think. And when I talk about Socratic prompting this afternoon, I'm going to talk a lot about that. So this is an article from today. I think it's a global, in English, I think it's a global magazine. And AI could be short-circuiting learning. And so the point the authors were making is that when students delegate the higher order thinking skills to AI, they're mainly focusing on only how to write the prompt. How to write a prompt that's going to give me a paper to give me a good grade, and not about the actual material they're writing about. They're doing the basic tasks, kind of the execution, not the higher level thinking for themselves. They're passively consuming information. And there's a lot of research says if you just passively consume something and you don't really reflect on it or think about it, the learning's not going to be there. And then they're practicing mechanical skills like prompting, which are important, but it's not as important as the learning the material themselves. They're thinking about how to operate the tools rather than how to think through problems. And that ultimately is critical thinking. We want people to be able to think through problems. That is a big risk I see in my students. And I have yet to find the solution. I've got some ideas, but how do we prevent that from happening? So my kids are 31 and 29, and if they were here, they would refute this statement, but it's true. They can't read a map. They can't, when I was up, you open up a map and you had to go someplace. They're so dependent on their phones, they could use a map, but it would not be comfortable for them. They're not really sure how to use a map. They probably can't do long division because they don't need to. They got a calculator on their phone. So, I mean, again, if I forced them to, they could probably do it, but they just default go to their phones. Same thing with cursive writing in English. They never have to write cursive because if they ever write anything, they print. And most of the time they're typing on their phones or typing on their computers. So the fact that they are not very good at these three things annoys me, but it's probably not a problem. There's reasons why, if they're ever short on gas, far away without their phones, they may need to do long division and a map to get back, but that's unlikely to happen. If they lose the ability to critical think, and this is just one model of the different aspects of critical thinking, and that's a problem for them, for me, and for society if they're representative of their age cohort. So that creates a challenge for us as educators. What do we do? This is somewhat a controversial point of view with my colleagues at Wake Forest, but I believe that as knowledge gets easier to obtain, reasoning becomes more and more important. I mentioned this yesterday, but when I was in university, I went to university because that's where the knowledge was. That's where the faculty were that had the knowledge. That's where the books were that had knowledge. And so for me, back at that time, to access that in a structured way, I went to university. Today, I hate to admit it, but regardless of what I'm teaching in the classroom, there's probably somebody on YouTube that does a better job than I do of presenting the information. There's probably somebody out there with a podcast that can explain a certain concept better than I can, particularly for that one student, because my approach might work for 75% of my students, but for the 25% that my approach is not ideal for them, they can find resources. So, and find all the information, what value do I add? I ask myself that question quite frequently. So I think as the cost of knowledge acquisition becomes close to zero, the differentiator is how do you verify that information? How do I know it's true? How do I know that case is legitimate and not something that ChatGPT, or that citation is legitimate, not something that ChatGPT made up? And how do I apply it? So one of the things that we're wrestling with at Wake Forest is that what do we do about exams? If the information is readily available for students, how do we change our assessments such that we are assessing their understanding of the content and not assessing their ability to access large language models. So I don't know how we would scale that, but a lot of my colleagues want to go back to oral exams, where to demonstrate that you've mastered statistics, to me, you sit down in front of me and I ask you questions. And if you can't answer them, that's a symbol or signal. Whereas if I give you an exam, you may find a way to use, you may be tempted to find a way to use large language models to answer it. So what do we do? Right now, these are 5 things I'm trying to do with my students. I mentioned this book called Co-Intelligence, and one of Ethan Mollick's main points is that when AI is being used, always keep a human in the loop. And by that, he means that, make sure that the question going into the AI involves a human, or the output coming out involves a human reviewing it, or maybe there's some interim steps. There's always a human involved, and you're not turning everything over to AI. So in a student setting, what that means to me is that the student is doing some thinking, back to the Socratic method of prompting, about the content and the process, not just having ChatGPT do it for you. The other thing is be very intentional. I ask my students to be very intentional. How are you going to use AI? Think before you use it. The 2 ways I suggest is I think AI is very helpful in getting off zero. And what I mean by that is just getting something on paper, getting a start, brainstorming ideas, coming up with some key points. Help me understand, I'm trying to think of an example right now. I might have asked ChatGPT, or actually Claude, I'm going to give a faculty lecture in India. What might be some differences in India than the US that might have more relevance? And one was cricket versus baseball. As far as familiarity, something's more appropriate. So just get something to start. On the other end, it's getting to completion. You've got a draft, you've written something, you've got some ideas, but you need help polishing it, or you need help finishing it up. So I ask my students, I ask them to tell me if they use AI, and then I ask them to tell me how they use AI. And one of the options they can choose is whether they use it to get a start or they use it to finish. What I want to make sure isn't happening is they're using it to get a start and to finish and doing nothing in between that involves the human. Oops. The other thing, did I break that? Is it working? Okay. The other concept that I developed, and Cassie, who, if you were at the talk yesterday, she mentioned this in a different context. So my grandparents were physical laborers, and they worked hard labor, and so they didn't really need to get exercise because their work was getting exercise. So if they knew that my wife and I spend money to go to a gym to get exercise, they would be totally shocked. Why would you do that? Because they didn't, they had physical labor and they stayed in shape, they stayed healthy with that. I think the same thing is going to happen with cognitive function, cognitive ability. I think it's inherent on us to practice cognitive thinking, to practice critical thinking skills. It could be solving problems, it could be doing games, it could be something to keep your mind active. So I will not be surprised if in the future, in addition to physical health coaches, there'll be cognitive health coaches, giving you, suggesting patterns, suggesting things that you do to keep your mind fresh, particularly if AI goes the way. So maintaining cognitive functions through exercise, I think, is going to be a key aspect. And I'm asking my students, how are you maintaining a cognitive function? I mentioned yesterday that in a meeting, at the end of every year, I sit down with my students. They're in teams, and I sit down with each team. And one of the things I ask them, our program lasts a year. It's a graduate program. I ask them, what advice would they give to themselves 9 months before? So if they could send a message through time back to when the program started, what advice would they tell themselves based on the experience they'd had. And for the first time this past year, 5 students said they would tell themselves to use AI less because they recognized that they may not have learned as much because they became dependent on AI. So that was insightful for them. And they were some of the better students, more reflective students. But I think that's something that we're going to see more of going forward. This may be the parent in me coming through, but one of the things that I'm trying to do, and I'm trying to encourage my students to do, is to be more present. There's a acronym, I think it's global, IRL, in real life, and encouraging students to make sure they leave time in their schedules for the real world. So I'm guilty of being on my phone and computers a lot, but I intentionally try to step away, spend time with people. In the U.S., we have this growing concern of young people being more socially anxious than previous generations. Uncomfortable talking to people, uncomfortable talking on the phone, much more comfortable texting. I think part of that is because dependent on electronics, and part of it is just lack of experience going out and talking to people and just getting outside. You know, nature, that's a nice healing experience and something they should do. So part of the message to students we have at Wake Forest is to use AI responsibly and to use it transparently. So I wish we had a universal policy at Wake Forest. We do not. It's left up to the individual faculty members, which creates a challenge for students because some faculty prohibit use, some faculty encourage use, so them having to manage that as a challenge. I encourage use. I say that it's going to make your output better, and I tell them that my expectations have gone up. I expect them to use AI, so I expect their outputs to be better. And so for the same assignment, what would have been an A 3 years ago might be a B or B minus now because there's so much more at their disposal to do. They don't like that, but it's a recognition that I want them to use AI to improve the capabilities, not simply reduce their effort. Always validate AI outputs against other sources. Ideally, it's not against another AI, but against some other source. Google, Wikipedia, the library, an expert. Think about some of the things I mentioned. I kind of glossed over them, but think about the bias, think about the environmental impacts, think about security and privacy. And think about how AI can help humanity, help progress, not just for solely entertainment purposes. So this is my mandate to students. I think this is where we're going to break. MRI just disappeared, but I think that was the plan. We're breaking now? Perfect. So this is my mantra. I am constantly telling students, use AI to stretch your capabilities, not only shrink your effort. So when we come back, we're going to talk about prompting, and we're going to talk about Notebook LM, which is a pretty exciting tool, so I look forward to sharing that with you. We come back at 2, is that the plan? Okay. So thank you for your attention and participation, and from this afternoon, they will have you go into your laptops. If you have a laptop, bring it, because we'll use them this afternoon. Thank you. See you at 2. All right, so this afternoon is going to be a little more interactive. Yes, so again, hopefully you're sitting near somebody so you can have a conversation. And I'm curious, we've talked this morning about AI, you've been thinking about AI. Make a list of things you're doing with AI. I asked you one thing, think of the last 5 things you did or the 5 most common tasks you're doing with AI. And you can keep them in your mind, you can write them on a piece of paper, you can put them on a computer, and then we'll talk about them as a group. Can you go ahead and do that? 2 or 3 minutes? And I'll maybe call on somebody. That's very common in the US. Is that common in India to single somebody out and call them? Some nodding yes. Okay, good. All right. So go ahead and capture that. Who's got a list to share? Here, smiling in the front. Yes, please. What's on your list? Do we have a microphone I can give to her? Oh, thank you. Okay, that works too. Okay. Maybe for the recording. I don't know. Maybe they. Thank you.
I mainly use AI tools for generating research ideas.
Okay.
And I do a lot of literature review also through certain things like SciSpace, ResearchRabbit.
Okay.
Those help me to find out the literature I otherwise don't find usually on the Google search.
So I'm not familiar with the ResearchRabbit. Is it like Perplexity, or is it more focused on journals?
Journals.
Journals. Sorry, that was 2. What are the other 3? Or was that what you had?
Preparing contents for my classes.
Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Who's got other ideas? Here, please.
So I have used generative AI for preparing assignments, questions for assignments that I usually do by giving a command on the learning outcomes that I desire.
Right.
And that's how I prepare my assignment questions for the students.
So the questions are homework questions or quiz questions or discussion questions in class?
So it depends on the unit that I am doing.
Right.
So it varies from course to course.
Thank you. Who else? Thank you.
So recently I started drafting emails, very short and crisp emails, and that AI helps a lot in that.
Definitely.
So in some cases, we have to do a lot of work via Excel sheets. So that is something I found very helpful, where we could just put some data in and ask ChatGPT to make the Excel for us.
Oh.
So that's, yeah.
So does the data come from a PDF or a CSV file, or is it just data?
Generally, it's another Excel maybe,
Ah,
which
okay.
has it in a different organized
Right.
manner.
One more. Thank you.
It's very beneficial, sir, when we are making presentations, especially when we are using Gamma. It's one of the tools. So the presentation, exactly whatever we want, we are getting it. With clippings, of course, if we don't want it, we can always have, and there are enormous ways in which we can edit them.
Ah.
That is very advantageous.
So I'm not familiar with Gamma. Does it produce a separate file type, or does it produce a PPT, or what does it produce?
No, it produces PPT.
PPTs.
Yes, presentations.
I'm going to write that down. Sorry. Because that's what I end up doing. You know, I pick up something from someone else, I hear something, and I end up trying it. And I'm sure this will be different. Only 1 in 10 turns out to be useful to me, but the one is very, very useful. So I'm curious, those that did talked about how they use it, do you use the same prompt every time? Do you save your prompts? Do you have a prompt, or you just start from scratch every time you do it? From scratch.
The prompts get saved.
So you could find the last time
Yes,
you used
yes,
it, right?
yes.
Right. Right.
Or
Particular subject, let us say maybe for banking or something like that. So if I'm going, maybe I have given one assignment a month before, then I want to go for this, maybe the same type of topic or something like that, then yeah, so it gets saved there, so it becomes easier for me. I don't have to create prompt every time. So that is an advantage.
And just not to get too far into the details, but do you continue the original chat, or do you just cut and paste the old prompt into a new chat?
No, sir, we don't cut paste it. Maybe something like that, okay, if one assignment has been given or one question has been given, so maybe a different outcome that I want to achieve, an objective that I want to achieve. So I just paste it and I say that whatever prompts and whatever instructions were given, follow that and then create a new file for me on a new assignment for me. So on that basis.
Has anybody written a more complex prompt recently and is quite proud of the results it generated? Anyone done a... The idea of prompt engineering is still popular. Oh, thank you.
This is something we were doing for fun one day.
Okay.
So a few of our friends, so we wanted to make some innovative images, like say I'm a football fan of a particular country, so I was morphing my picture within a jersey of that particular fan club along with some other players to look like I was part of the game. So that is something we were experimenting, then like Harry Potter and all that. So that's a prompt that we are pretty proud of.
Right, excellent. Maybe you should share that with me. I want to see that. And do the images work pretty well as far as creating? Does it look? Yeah. So the ability to create images has gotten much better. This story is about 6 months old. A friend of mine who is a professor in the philosophy department at Wake Forest, and he is not the biggest fan of AI. And the story he likes to tell is that because of bias in the model at the time, whenever he asked ChatGPT to create an image of a philosophy professor, all the images was a white man with a beard. And no matter what he did, he couldn't get it to change. And so he finally, he tells a story, he told ChatGPT, not all philosophy professors are white men with beards. Give me something it's not. And so it produced an image of a white woman with a beard. With a beard. And so I think images, and I think the tools have gotten better, but that is certainly some issue with tools about the biases that are in the data. So we're going to talk about prompts, and I think there's an advantage to reusing prompts like you do, but also an advantage to being very detailed in the prompt material. Now, if you're going to do a prompt for a one-off task that you don't think you'll ever do again, then it may not be worth the time to create a structured prompt. But there really is an art and a science to prompts. And so, as an example, I finished recently an 8-part series of AI fluency for my colleagues at Wake Forest. So we met every other week for an hour and a half, and for 8 sessions, and each session talked about a different topic for AI. And the intent was to increase the fluency of my colleagues at Wake Forest in their understanding of AI. And so, as an example, I was trying to figure out what could the goals be for this series. So the first time I went to AI, I asked, what are some good goals for an advanced AI fluency series I'm co-teaching? And it was advanced because we had done a similar series a year before, and so that was the basic, and this is the advanced. And this is the response that AI gave me. It said the goals could be to enhance AI application skills, aim to increase the number of students who can effectively use AI tools in real-world scenarios by 50% by the end of the course, improve ethical AI understanding, develop students' ability to critically evaluate and address ethical considerations in AI applications, ensuring they can work with AI safely and responsibly. So they're okay, but there's one big error there that you may not have caught, but the audience was my colleagues. So it was fellow faculty and fellow staff members who work at the university. Because ChatGPT knows I'm a professor, it assumed I was thinking about students as in young people. And so not that this wouldn't work for faculty and staff, but it wasn't quite oriented with that in mind. So practicing some of the materials that we talked about in the class, and I'll talk about in a moment, I wrote a more advanced prompt. And this more advanced prompt was very specific. I told the AI that it was an experienced AI education consultant. So if you tell the AI how it's supposed to think about a particular problem, it will bring better results to your prompt, to your question. AI education consultant designing learning objectives for a professional development series called Building AI Fluency, based on the following participant feedback. Craft 2 comprehensive goals for our workshop series that addresses their primary needs. For context, this is a 4-part faculty workshop series at a university where participants have varying levels of AI experience, but share concerns about tool selection, workflow integration, and ethical implementation. Here are examples of workshop goals included in the planning pitch. When we went to the administration and said we want to do this, we said we want to increase AI fluency amongst faculty and staff. We want to complement existing programs from the university with advanced AI-focused initiatives, and we want to foster an engaged and knowledgeable community prepared to meet the expectations of students and industry stakeholders. We had asked the participants of the prior series what they wanted in this next series, and we included the list of their requirements in the prompt. So this is a much longer prompt, a lot more detail, but I got a lot more specific details out of it. 2 goals: develop strategic AI tool selection and implementation skills, talking about what we wanted the faculty to accomplish. We want them to be confident in how they use AI. We want them to improve their workflows. We want to understand the advantages of different AI tools, and we want them to think about implementing processes that address administrative, research, and educational tasks, and also foster ethical AI literacy and purposeful application. I won't read that next paragraph, you can read it, but so much more specific details about what the faculty should deliver and what we could build our program around. So for us, the extra effort to create that prompt was worth it because we got a much better output. We probably could have gotten good output had we iterated on the first one a lot, but this structure helped us. So generally, better prompts get better results. the more precise and unambiguous the instruction, the more likely you're going to get what you want, and perhaps more likely that you'll decrease the risk of hallucinations. Conversational interface to refine outputs, so it's not an iterative, it is an iterative process. So even that good output, we went back, we made a few refinements by giving it some additional feedback. As it says, specificity is the key. If you don't explain it, the model is going to make an assumption. Philosophy professors have beards, for example, and they're going to live with that. So you need to be very specific about what you're looking for. And trial and error is the key. It requires revision. You want to intervene or correct to keep the AI on track. Breaking concepts into smaller pieces to get more detail. You can also combine responses and concepts and use roles and audiences to connect with communities and expectations. Tell them to play a particular role. So one thing that I have done is a book I recently read called 10 to 25, and it's about dealing with young people who are between the ages of 10 and 25. And this psychologist out of the University of Texas at Austin, the name of the book, his premise is something called the mentor mindset. Anyone familiar with the mentor mindset? So he thinks about how parents, supervisors, teachers, professors, how they interact with young people. And his research suggests that as humans, we default to one or two roles dealing with young people. One role is called the enforcer mindset, and that mindset as a parent or a teacher or a supervisor is, I told you to do that, you should do it. This is good for you, you must do it. You know, if you don't do it, you're going to get in trouble. Very much command, very much control, do this. The other protector mindset is what it sounds like. It's more, I understand you're having a hard time, things are challenging, don't worry about that assignment, I'll give you an extension. Or I know you missed curfew, I understand, things happen. So one is holding them accountable, but maybe too strongly, and one is giving them too much leeway, which may backfire. So he advocates the mentor mindset, which is supportive, but has high standards. And so I had this thought when I'm dealing with students, if they have a request or a complaint, because I'm human, depending on my mood, I default either to the protector mindset or the enforcer mindset. I don't care if you stayed up late last night and couldn't get your homework done. That's the third time in a row. Just get it done or you're going to get a 0. And so what I built a prompt that I'll take an email that I've drafted on the spur of the moment because I'm either frustrated or I feel sorry for the student, and I'll say, okay, take this email and put it in the mentor mindset. And what it has allowed me to do is have a more increase my expectations of students, but doing it in a more supportive way. So that's just an example of how reusing a prompt and giving it a specific role to play can help make communication or work or engagement with students or colleagues much better. So the concise email made me think of that because I've got a friend who has a similar prompt about making emails concise because he is not concise by himself, and so he'll write a 3-paragraph email and AI will condense it to a paragraph and it says exactly the same thing. So we're going to practice. First we're going to go through some core prompting principles. So these are some things to keep in mind. I'm going to go through this list of 9 pretty quickly, but there are things to keep in mind. You want clarity. You want to provide clear, unambiguous instructions about what you want the AI to do. As I mentioned, the broader the request, the higher risk you'll get something that's of no value to you. So instead of tell me about supply chain optimization, I teach a supply chain analytics class, you could use a prompt that says, create a 2-page executive summary on how supply chain visibility technologies could reduce inventory costs at manufacturing companies like Cummins or John Deere, including 3 to 4 specific implementation challenges for IT and potential ROI metrics. So if you put those 2 prompts into ChatGPT, you'll get very, very different outputs. And so a little more thought about what you're looking for will give you a quicker turnaround. Structure. AI is a very structured process. If you break it into manageable components, you'll get a better output. So example might be, for this data set, first look for trends, then create a summary of key findings, and then finally provide recommendations based on these insights. So you could say, here's a data set, analyze it for me. You're not sure what you're going to get. If you tell it you want it to analyze first for trends, summarize findings, and then make recommendations, if that's what you're looking for, tell it that's what you're looking for. Setting the context, establish the role or perspective you want the AI to take. So, for example, tell the AI that they are an experienced financial advisor writing a guide for first-time investors in their 20s who have limited knowledge of stock markets. So if you just asked, write a guide for how to invest in the stock market or write a guide for financial planning, who knows what you're going to get. It doesn't know whether you want it for someone who's closer to retirement like I am, or someone who's early in their career like my daughter. Set the context. What do you want the output to be? Do you want it to be a markdown file? Do you want it to be a table? Do you want it to be text? Do you want it to be a poem? You know, you can ask the question and then tell how you want the output to be. Do you want it to be an image? You tell it what you're looking for, closer to what you hope to produce, ultimately for your audience, then that'll help you do that. And I mentioned iteration. It's important to, I have found that my students who've grown up with Google, they are used to putting something into Google and then going through the results to find what they need. AI, that's not a habit you should bring to AI. AI should be not one and done. It should be a prompt, a response, questions, refinement, pushing it more. So you can tell it to build on the previous response, please expand on this section and don't include this part, or I don't care about this part, or just kind of refine it. Error prevention, if you know there's certain mistakes it might make, if you know that it thinks that all philosophy professors have beards, you can tell it, don't make that mistake. So, for example, when analyzing the data, exclude outliers that are more than 3 standard deviations from the mean. So you can guide it. Someone once told me that you should think of AI as a naive intern. Someone who's working for you, who has energy, who wants to please you, but doesn't have a lot of experience. So the more content you give it, the better. Ethical considerations, again, the AIs are trained on biased data. So if you want to look at the housing market in the US, provide analysis that considers diverse socioeconomic perspectives, avoiding assumptions about typical family structures or financial situations. Left to its own devices, it might assume a standard legacy family situation with 2 parents, 2 kids in a financially stable situation. And a lot of the US households do not fit that stereotype at all. Understand its limitations. You can ask it to identify where it thinks it might be making mistakes. Set expectations for accuracy and verification. The example, if you're sharing medical data, which you shouldn't do if it's not anonymized, or if it's not within the, a guarded wall of an instance of one of the large language models. When analyzing this medical data, indicate confidence levels for your conclusions and clearly mark any areas where you have uncertainty or a human expert verification would be necessary. One of the things that we look at a lot in one of the classes I'm in is, what's the sample size? And we're very clear on telling AI, if you don't have this many instances of a particular variable, don't use that data set. You want a sample size of at least 20 or at least 50. Otherwise, don't do the analysis. And then validation. You can ask it to verify itself. After providing the code solution, explain your reasoning and verify that it meets all the specified requirements. I normally try to verify with another source. Sometimes it's another AI, but usually it's a different source. Does anybody ever put the same prompt into 2 different AI models, like Perplexity and GPT or Claude? If you are using or have access to more than one, you should try that sometime, because you'll get very different responses. And it's interesting to see, in some ways, the biases of the training data come through, but also sometimes you get a better answer, kind of like crowdsourcing an idea. All right, now we're going to do an exercise, and I'm going to ask you to, in groups, it can be 2, 3, 4. You will need someone with a laptop to just capture the information. And what I want you to do is take 10 minutes and see if you can improve on these prompts using some of the concepts we've discussed. So think about clarity and structure, context and output, and ethical considerations. So one prompt that a colleague said is that, I'm having a meeting, give me some ideas for what we should include in the agenda. Pretty vague. Another example is, I want to give an update on our most recent customer. Here's the call reports from the last 3 meetings. So pick one of those and then tell me, or work together to figure out how you'd make it a better prompt given the directions that we talked about: clarity, structure, context setting, output, iteration, error prevention. You won't be able to hit them all, but pick the ones that you think are most important. Questions? 10 minutes, go. Okay. Who picked, give me some ideas for a team meeting? Right here in front. So how did you revise the prompt? Okay. Yeah, read the microphone's coming your way. Can you read the whole prompt? Here it is.
My colleague and I are academic coordinators for our respective departments. We'd like a structured agenda for a team meeting to discuss key responsibility areas. Please generate 8 to 10 key responsibilities pertaining to coordination of faculty responsibilities for teaching duties, non-teaching admin duties, schedules, classroom and venue allocations, examination duties, as well as 5 to 6 KRAs pertaining to syllabus content updation, quality verification, and revision, as well as assessment, design, and planning. Please ensure that any single faculty member is not burdened with more than 20 hours of duty in the time frame of a week, that timelines and deadlines are manageable and reasonable within expectations, and faculty responsibilities are sorted as per their individual potential and key talents. For example, if a faculty is particularly technologically savvy, they will be competent to handle website responsibilities.
Excellent. Now, is there data around the faculty and their backgrounds? Would you put that in, or just, I need enough time now, but would that something you would do in a prompt?
We would possibly have a database on their talents and. Right.
Have you put the prompt in? Did it work? Have you tried it?
I have not attempted the prompt
yet.
I'm
curious how it works, because I think there was context, there was a role, there was the output you wanted, you gave it some guidelines, so I think you'd get a much more useful response than if you just said, help me give ideas for a team meeting. That's great, thank you. I think behind you, which one did you choose? Did you choose the same one?
So the same one, the idea for a team meeting. So my prompt goes, I am planning a team meeting for the Department of Commerce. The goal is to make it productive, relevant, and engaging. Can you suggest agenda items, discuss topics or activities that would benefit faculty and improve academic or departmental outcomes?
Have you tried it? Because that was a context and a role. Have you tried the prompt?
Yes, sir.
Did you like the output?
Yes, sir. It has provided a detailed answer, having given each of the items in forms of minutes of the meeting, and it has also provided for how many minutes will I discuss for each of the agendas. Right. So that was a detailed answer.
Right. So the context of the Department of Commerce, hopefully your output was relevant to commerce, as if different than if you put in the Department of Computer Science.
No, sir. It was related to Department of Commerce itself.
Excellent. All right. At the back in the blue, yes. Oh, blue pattern, I guess. Sorry, yes.
Yes, sir. So I have also chosen the first prompt, and from that, my prompt goes as, you are an event organizer, organizing a faculty development and bonding activity for 22 women law faculties. We can spare time somewhere between 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. The budget is limited. Give 5 ideas with detailed planning and budgeting and how the event can be set.
Did you try to put it in?
The responses which I got,
yes,
it has the schedule with the timings, what to be done when, and how much budget should be kept aside for whom, and it has per person basis as well, and a total with the spare, and it has 5 options.
Nice.
Similarly.
So it would be useful to you if that was a task you had to do.
Absolutely.
Okay, excellent.
Yes.
Thank you. Who else? Thank you, yes, in the yellow.
We were also working with the first one, but with regard to the departmental academic meetings that we have. So our prompt is that we are organizing a faculty meeting for School of Law as we prepare for a new academic session starting in August. We have 22 faculty members and 29 class sections. Our agenda includes fixing the timetable, subject allotment, mentor allotment, syllabus discussion, academic planning, student engagement, and faculty development. Please help me design an effective and engaging brainstorming session for the meeting. I want ideas for collaborative activities, discussions, time management, and any tools that can make the meeting productive and inclusive. So they have given, rather it has given a very detailed breakdown of all the agenda, different agenda, and what are the different issues under each agenda that can be discussed. And it has given ideas regarding calendars and all that can be used for this purpose.
Excellent. Hopefully that will be useful to you. Did anyone try to do a customer update? No. Faculty, oh, you did. Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, please. Microphone's coming.
Okay, for a customer update, we gave the prompt, write a clear, concise and respectful customer feedback message regarding a recent subscription change policy for Netflix for say about 100 customers belonging to different socioeconomic backgrounds, and also you can represent the output in a tabular form alongside, please give the percentages of the different customer segments. And
did you try it?
Yes.
Did it work?
Yes.
Yes, good output. Excellent. Did anybody try something that it was like, didn't work? It didn't meet your expectations? Everyone's expectations were met. Awesome. Okay. So I think you've answered the questions. I heard a lot of context, roles. I heard outcomes that you're looking for. Ethical considerations were important. The challenge is that there's a lot of things to consider. So I think if you're like me, you'll get in the habit of things you always include, some things you might include. The more that I think I might reuse the prompt, the more I can put time and effort into it. Sometimes what I have done is I've started with a prompt, hasn't given me the result that I wanted, so I have spent 30 minutes, 45 minutes refining it and perfecting it and getting it to a point where it produces what I want. Then what I can do, because ChatGPT keeps track of history, I can go back and say, okay, now I've gotten the output I'm looking for. Can you review all this 30-minute conversation and give me one prompt that will work next time, one stop, instead of having to go through this iteration process? So what it will do, it'll go back and it'll extract the things that I gave it feedback on, and it'll write the prompt that I can then save and use going forward. And that's back to my mentor mindset example. That's what happened there, is the prompt that I use now is a prompt that I iterated on for about 30 minutes and then asked it to write for me a prompt that would work the first time out. So something to consider if you're working on a prompt that you know you're going to use again and you have to iterate on it. Questions about some of these structures, some of these concepts? I'm going to give you some mnemonics in a minute to think about it, but off the top of your head, any sort of questions about prompts? So this is kind of an elaborate prompt that we have a situation at my school where I work in an experiential learning program. So we have 18 teams, 5 students on every team, and these 18 teams are matched to an external organization to help that external organization solve a business challenge. They work together over 9 months, and I am the advisor to all 18 teams. So it's hard to meet regularly with 18 different teams. And so what I've done is I've put up a first line of defense. I've created this prompt, AI as coach, and it's particularly targeted with helping what I find on these teams is frequently there are issues of team dynamics. One team member doesn't like another team member. One team member just wants to get passing grade. One wants to get best in the class. All sorts of dysfunction that happens between the team. And so I end up coaching them on those situations. But again, 18 teams, it's hard for me to find time to do it. So for those that can use this prompt. I've given it to them. They can cut and paste it into ChatGPT, and it'll help them through the process. I'm going to go through the details in a moment, but this is just a sample output of what had happened. And so the prompt, the first response that the student gets is, hello, there, I'm Coach GPT, and I'm here to help you reflect on your recent team experience. My role is not to lecture, but rather to guide you through a reflective process where we explore your experiences, challenges, successes, and learning moments. I believe this will help you grow as a team member and also personally. So let's get started. Think about the recent team experience, share the challenge you're facing, and then the student, this is one of the student's responses, and so it helps him through the process to think of what they might do. So this actual exchange with this student lasted quite some time, but what I want to show is kind of the idea behind this really elaborate prompt. So at the beginning, we tell the AI who it is, how it should behave, and what it will tell the students. So you are a helpful, friendly coach helping a student reflect on their recent team experience. Introduce yourself, explain you're here as their coach to help them reflect on the experience. Then we go into detail with the exact instructions to prompt the metacognition process. We don't want to give the answer. The goal is to prompt the students to engage deeply with the experience. So think step by step and wait for the student to answer before doing anything else. Do not share your plan with students. Reflect on each step of the conversation and then decide what to do next. Typo in there, but ChatGPT recognizes typos. Ask only one question at a time. Ask the student to think about the experience and name a challenge that they overcame and one challenge that they or their team did not overcome. Wait for a response. Then ask the student, reflect on these challenges. How has your understanding of yourself as a team member changed? What new insights did you gain? With experience, you will identify that ways that generative AI can go astray. So sometimes they can be preempted. So one of the things that we found with this prompt is that sometimes students, the AI would proceed without waiting for a response. And so we told them, don't proceed until you get a response because you'll need to adapt your next question based on the student response. Also told it not to proceed until you get a response. Do not share your plan with students. Always wait for a response. So giving it very specific instructions on how you want it to do. And then directions on how the author wants audience to learn. So providing instructions on how to engage students. Ask open-ended questions, but only ask them one at a time. Push students to give you extensive responses, articulating key ideas. So if you were using this prompt, you would find that if you just gave one-word answers, which a lot of my students are doing, they would not accept that. They would ask for more detail. So this is a pretty elaborate approach, but I found for a small number of students it was very helpful because they were getting some of the coaching they needed. I was still available to them, but they could use AI to support that. So again, that level of detail only works if it's something that's going to be used routinely, you know, once a day, once a week, for a long period of time. That level of detail is not necessarily worth writing for something you're going to use once and done. Has anybody written as complex a prompt as that for a situation? So that's more helping through a process as opposed to getting a specific answer or an output for a question. So regardless of what you decide your prompting strategy is going to be, I find it's easier to have some sort of acronym to think about how you might want to go about writing prompts. Here's some that I've used and others have recommended. One is probably the most straightforward. It's simply RTF. What's the role? What's the task? What's the format? So you're a tour guide, describe the Grand Canyon, write it as a paragraph like you're talking to tourists. CTF, context, task, format. You're a detective in a mystery novel, describe the crime scene, write it as a report for the police department. TREF, task, requirement, expectation, format. Write a poem on fall. It must rhyme. Make it creative and enjoyable. Write a 4-stanza poem. Grade, goal, request, action, detail, examples. I want to learn about the water cycle. Can you explain how it works? Break it down into easy steps. Talk about evaporation, condensation, precipitation, and collection. Include examples. And then purpose, expectation, context, request, action. I want to update my team on the weather. I need a clear and accurate forecast, provide tomorrow's forecast, write it in rhyme. So find an acronym that works for you, write it down somewhere, keep it handy, and whenever you're writing a prompt, try to follow that framework, because you'll get better responses even for a one-time prompt, but certainly you'll get better responses for a multiple use prompt. Does anybody have kind of a mnemonic or a rule of thumb they use for designing their prompts? It's not a bad practice to get into. If you Google it or ask ChatGPT, there's probably at least another 5 that are out there. And so it's not so much which one you choose, it's the fact that you have one, because that'll get you in the habit of providing more structure to the prompts you're putting into the AI. Yes, please, thank you.
Good afternoon. Sir, if I have some text and I have analyzed the text from different journals, and if I put the text on the prompt and ask the prompt to analyze the text and give the review, is it possible for the prompt to give that review?
It is. There are some tools that are better for that I'll talk about in a moment, but
Yes.
if you have, what I'm going to talk about in a little bit is called Notebook LM. You can put
I am putting the whole text.
yes.
And I am asking the prompt to analyze the text and give the reviews.
Right.
Is
So
it
you,
possible?
yes, it is possible. You can do definitely. Yeah, sometimes you can. Yes, you can easily.
And up to which limit I can feed the prompt with the text?
Text. So I think in Gemini the context window is huge.
Yes. Say if it is 5 pages or 10 pages,
That's
is it
not a problem.
possible?
Yes, it's very possible. Yep. Yeah, and hold that thought, because you can do it in ChatGPT, but the tool I'm going to talk about in a moment, you can do it even more.
Yes.
Better. Other questions? Questions are good.
Is interacting with students based on the role that you have defined.
Yes.
So I'm not exactly sure how is that happening. How are you giving ChatGPT the prompt, and how is ChatGPT then interacting with the students? How is
Right.
that whole process?
So I do it 2 ways. One, I have a QR code that they can go to a Google Doc and they can just cut and paste the text and put it into ChatGPT and hit go. Also, I've created a GPT, which I'm not going to talk about today, but it's an agent, but both ways work. So you can take this, this text as a QR code they can go to in the syllabus. They put the QR code into their phone. It goes to Google Doc that's got this text in it. They cut and paste this text into ChatGPT, and then it kicks off and starts going. Yeah. Other questions? Questions are good. At the back, thank you. Economics.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Suppose I have a dissertation which the students have done under my supervision, and I don't have time to convert it into a research paper. Can we take the help of ChatGPT to make it in a form of a research paper for, say, 5,000, 6,000 words?
Is that an ethical question or is that a process question?
No, I'm asking whether it is possible or not.
Yeah, it is possible. Yeah, so definitely, you can definitely do that. You can take in Gemini. You can take a book, and you can ask it to capture the essence of this book in 3 pages. It can summarize it. It can create an abstract. It can do all that kinds of things. As can Notebook LM. I'm going to talk about in a moment. But yes, you can.
Suppose if it has the images, the diagrams, will it bring it in that format?
The paid version of ChatGPT will. I am not sure about the free version of ChatGPT. But yeah, it'll definitely, it'll describe the images. It will probably, certainly paid version of ChatGPT will bring the images in itself. You have to be careful because the images it recreates has a higher probability of hallucinations. You'd have to edit or audit those, but yeah, it will do that.
Thank you.
Here, in the front. She's dual purpose. She's the microphone person and she's the photographer.
Regarding the other questions about research, wouldn't that expose our personal intellectual property to ChatGPT and these models? Because if somebody uploads their research paper, their intellectual property, their ideas may later be used to write someone else's research paper. So if somebody does that for...
So yes, in theory, that is a risk. There's two things to worry about. Is one, will the foundation model companies use that text to train its models? They say they don't. I believe them that they don't. Not everybody believes them. So it's one, is it going to be used to train? Two, there is, I suppose, some risk that somebody could hack into it, but I think that risk is really low. I think it's more likely that someone's going to break into his office and steal the physical copy than it is that they're going to, but it is a risk. It's definitely a risk. And to the lawyers in the room, I think when we start talking at Wake Forest about what to do globally, there's all sorts of common questions about how to manage that risk. Yeah. Other questions? Yes.
And if I upload the whole text in the Google or ChatGPT, then next time onwards it will come on the plagiarism document as a it will show as a plagiarized document, is it?
I'm sorry, it'll show as a what document?
Plagiarized document. Because if I upload the whole document in the ChatGPT, then again if I put the document, the generated document in the plagiarized software,
right,
so it will show the plagiarism.
Probably not, because I believe OpenAI is not training its models on what you put into the context window. So it's now, if the paper's published somewhere,
yes,
and ChatGPT has trained its model using that journals, yes, then that's a risk. But to me, the plagiarism softwares don't work that well. There's a lot of false positives. So we don't use them Yeah, so there are tools you can buy that will give you the probability that a document has been plagiarized or AI has been used.
AI is used.
Yeah, and I don't think they work that well. I think there's a lot of false positives. There's a lot of examples in the U.S. of students who've been accused based on that tool and kind of find out that the students did not use it. It's just the tools were faulty. So I think it's... So depending what the threshold is that, do you engage with the students or challenge the students if it says it's 25% probability, 50% probability, 75%? So wherever you draw the line, there have been examples in the U.S. where a student has been accused and they've proven that they didn't because it was a false positive. So it's not that you shouldn't use them, but you shouldn't use them as the sole guide for cheating or plagiarism.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. So I'm going to talk about a concept called Socratic prompting. And this, I think, is a way to prevent some of the loss of critical thinking that I worry about. The problem is Socratic prompting is not the easy way to get an answer. Socratic prompting is an effective way to use the tools and maintain control and cognitive muscles. But again, a lot of us are always looking for an easy way out, and so getting people to do that is hard. So I think this is one of the answers. How to implement it is going to be a challenge, but I just want to describe it to you. And so what Socratic prompting, everyone knows what the Socratic method is, right? It's asking questions of students as opposed to giving them answers. Socratic method. And so what it talks about is transforming product-oriented prompts into dialogue-oriented prompts. So instead of asking AI to create something for you, you're asking AI questions, the answers of which you can then use to create something yourself. So for an example, I might teach botany, and I might want a lesson plan on photosynthesis. So I might say, create a lesson plan on photosynthesis, which would clearly give me a lesson plan I could probably use. If I get too dependent on this type of prompts, I run the risk of forgetting how to do a good lesson plan. The Socratic prompt could say, what are the key concepts students struggle with in photosynthesis? And what evidence supports different teaching approaches? So by those answers that it produces, I may have a beginning point to understand what concepts I want to double down on because students have historically had issues with them. And I might have some ideas for teaching techniques or approaches to talk about them. Now the difference may seem subtle, but I think it's pretty significant if this is practiced over time. For the first time I do this, I'm not going to see a big difference, but if I continually ask questions of ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, as opposed to asking it to produce things, I'm going to keep, hopefully, my cognitive skills at their peak. Another example, write a literature review on cognitive biases in academic assessment. So again, it could probably go out and find, ChatGPT has a search feature, it could probably go out and find a lot of articles around cognitive biases in academic assessment and give me a great summary. But again, that's me being lazy, me asking it to do the work for me. Instead, if I say, what are the most significant debates about cognitive biases in academic assessment? Which researchers disagree with each other? And what evidence does each side present? So this way is giving me the information, but I'm going to process it myself. So I think about the Socratic method is how I might use a research assistant. You know, if I'm looking at a new subject, I probably wouldn't ask a research assistant to do a literature review. I might ask them to go out and find on the internet, in the library, whatever, the different debates about cognitive biases, where researchers disagree, and what evidence each side presents. I got a bunch of these, but I want to just reinforce the point of the difference between asking for a product versus asking questions that give you information that you can then use. Create a syllabus for an introductory data science course. What core competencies do students struggle with most in introductory data science? How have different universities, again using the research feature in ChatGPT, how have different universities structured their courses to address these challenges, and what outcomes have they reported? So based on that information, I can decide what I think is going to work best for my students at Wake Forest. If I just ask them the question on the prompt on the left, it may be a generic thing, and it won't necessarily be as tailored for Wake Forest. Now, I could combine the two and still ask it to produce it for me, but that defeats the purpose of me maintaining control, keeping a human in the loop in the process. Generate an email announcing mental health resources for students. Again, that would be the easy way out. Perhaps a more informed way for me to do that. If this is my job to think about getting through to students about mental health resources, what barriers prevent college students from accessing mental health resources, what communication approaches work best overcoming these barriers, and so I can see a list of things that have worked, I can see a list of barriers, and then I can decide what I think is most relevant, assuming I'm an expert in this field for Wake Forest, on how to apply it. Write a grant proposal for classroom technology upgrades. Again, ChatGPT could do a great output for this, and to the point that MRI made earlier, it would probably ask at the end, do you want me to put this into a particular format? Do you want me to design this for a particular agency in mind? You know, it can, I think it's unintentional, but in an attempt to be helpful, some of these questions, the follow-up questions that the AI asks, it's trying to take some of the work off you, which in part's good, because we all need more time, but in part's bad because it's taking away control. It's taking the human out of the loop. The questions, the Socratic prompting approach would say, what evidence exists about how classroom technology impacts different learning modalities? What assessment methods would help us understand if a technology investment improves learning outcomes in our specific context? And I can give them the context about Wake Forest, or I can just get the answers and then apply what I see to be the context for Wake Forest. Draft a new academic integrity policy for online courses. What factors contribute to academic integrity violations in online environments versus traditional classrooms? How have different institutions balanced deterrence and educational approaches in the policies, and what results have they observed? So questions about that? I mean, that was, I know I gave you probably more examples than you needed, but any thoughts on that? Anyone an expert in the Socratic method? Does anyone do that in a teaching environment? Sir.
I have a kind of a layered question on this particular issue. That you said that we can do a mixed approach, right?
Right.
But then that will take the human factor out of it.
Yes.
But then if I take an analogous example of I have a calculator, but I'm not using that calculator, but using my mind to do calculations so that that particular muscle of my brain remains active. But in the previous session, in the first half, you said that probably that is not required today because we have calculators and it's going to stick around.
Yeah, great point. So in my mind, it's a judgment about, I'm okay if I lose the facility to do long division quickly. I do worry about if I lose the facility to think critically. So it's a matter of degree, and some people,
what is more important to me?
Yeah, what is more important to you? What is more important to society? You know, what do we, is the trade-off worth it? And that's a philosophical question, it's a judgment question, and it's probably different for every individual. But that's a great point. There is, you know, back to the reading maps, you know, when I was a young person, I couldn't go anywhere without a map if I was driving far distance because I didn't know where to go. But now my daughter, love her to death, she drives the same route to work every day and uses GPS every time. I'm like, come on. Well, maybe there's traffic. I'm like, okay, whatever. But that's like, because she's so dependent on it.
Just if suddenly there is a blockade and needs to take a rerouting.
That's her excuse. That's her excuse. Winston-Salem is not a big city. It's not like Calcutta. So, other thoughts? Thank you for that. Okay, some do's and don'ts about prompts. And then we're going to move on to Notebook LM. A lot of this is repeating what I've said before, but be clear, use examples to guide, verify the outputs, especially if it's important information, back to that decision tree that I showed earlier. Engage in iterative refinement, protect privacy, to your point about what's going into the prompts. I know Wake Forest has a agreement with Google. We use Google for our email, so the Gemini tool for generative AI is the tool we encourage students to use because of our site license for Gemini. There's a higher degree of control and less risk for things going outside the walls of Wake Forest because the version of the model sits inside our own high-performance computer center. So that's one thing to consider. I think in the future, all universities will have some sort of relationship with somebody like they do with email. Most in the U.S. don't have their own email system. They either use Outlook or they use Google or they use some other tool as the back end for the emails for the university, although the emails say, .edu, but it's actually driven by Google. Design tasks that require questioning AI outputs rather than accepting them at face value. Some don'ts: don't rely solely on AI without verification. Don't include sensitive data without privacy safeguards. There's some regulations in the US around student privacy, so we're very hesitant to put any sort of student data into any sort of generative AI models. We do anonymize it, so sometimes that's how we get around it, but there's all sorts of regulations in the US about that. Don't overload prompts with too much information. Back to the example about putting out an article in ChatGPT to summarize it, that's not too much information, but if you put 3 articles in, you start to run up against limits, you may not get the output that you want. But again, Notebook LM, I'll talk about it in a moment, does that. Don't let AI replace human discussion, human in the loop. Don't trust AI with critical applications without oversight. And don't design tasks that require questioning AI outputs rather than accepting them at face value. No, that's not there. Sorry, that should not be there. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That was a mistake on my part. Yeah. Okay. I think I asked. Question?
Sir, yes, sir. Very good afternoon.
Yes.
This is Dr. Shushmita Dhar from Law Department. I just asking, sir, how to verify the AI output?
So I start with Google and Wikipedia. I then go to other known sources through search. Sometimes I go to an expert that I know, and back to the judgment call, the significance of the use of that output will dictate how much verification I do.
Sir, usually when we are searching in Google also, we just first receive the AI generated view. And that is better for our understanding, I hope. But if we take something from there and write a paper, will it be appreciable, sir? How could we give our footnote on them and citation about?
Yeah, so you said the AI summary of Google review? Yeah, so I start there, but I would go into the sources themselves and ask about where it's.
AI is sometimes clubbing the other sources and generating them as their own.
Yeah, I think the Gemini in Google that does that is prone to hallucinations like anyone else. Since it's working on its own search, it might be less of a risk, but I think it's still a risk. Again, for a citation, for a case, I would definitely confirm that, try to find the source.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Multi. Okay, so this QR code goes to the Notebook LM site. It's a Google product. It's free. I encourage you to open it up and give it a try. I'm going to give some examples, some exercises, and talk about it, but as I'm talking through what Notebook LM is, you'll be able to see it. I tried it this morning, so I think it works here in India. There is a paid version, but the things we're going to do will work on the free version. I'll give everybody a minute to capture that. You can also, if you're on your computer, you can go to it by typing in notebooklm.google on your search bar. That'll work as well. You don't want to do it on a phone. Okay, I think of Notebook LM as a personalized research assistant. What it does is it uses AI to help understand and search documents more effectively. So it can be documents you found, it can be documents you've written. It's like having an assistant, a really smart assistant, that can quickly summarize long documents, answer questions about your content, help you find connections between different sources, generate study guides, FAQs, and more. So if you are in the midst of a major research project and you have lots of sources, you can put those sources into Notebook LM and it will help you go through it. If you're writing your final paper and you want to check a source and you can't remember which of these sources did this quote appear, or in which of the sources did this author talk about a certain things, you can use the Notebook LM prompt window and ask. And when you use that prompt window, it's only searching the data you've given it. So it's not going out to the internet, it's not going out, it's only reviewing the information you have. So it's not a replacement for ChatGPT or Gemini. It's simply a great way to house your information and then be able to access that information in a very simple, straightforward way. You can store, it will not accept Word documents. It only accepts PDFs, Google Docs, and text files. So if your content happens to be Word documents or other text files, you have to convert them to PDF. So it's a little onerous at the beginning uploading that information. But it's pretty powerful what it can do. You can answer questions, generate summaries, create outputs, discover sources. So if you opened it up, you can create a notebook, and the core workspace has 3 panels. If you're looking at it on your phone, it shows you one panel at a time. If you're looking at it on your computer, it shows all 3 panels at once. But the far left panel is the sources panel. It's where you put in your sources, where you put in the PDFs, you put in the Google Docs, and where your material is stored. It makes a copy of the material, but it stays on your laptop on your computer. So it's not going out to the internet with your information. So it can be notes, it can be things you've drafted, it can be information that you've created, it can be text from interviews, it can be survey results, things that you've collected, but by putting it in Notebook LM, it's not going out to the internet, it's only staying on your computer. Each source can have about 500,000 words or 200 megabytes. And for the free version, you can only have 50 sources in your notebook. I think for the paid version, you can have 300 sources in your notebook. And you control which sources are used for responses. So if you've, we'll do this in a moment. If you look at your sources list, there's a box to the right. And if that box is checked, then any questions you ask will refer to those sources. So the default is all the boxes are checked. If you want to go back and look at this one particular file, you can just uncheck them all and check that one box. The middle panel is the center, the engaging with AI. This is where you interact directly with the AI asking questions. Again, it's about your material. It's not going out to Google, it's not going out to AI, it's just looking at your material. So if you ask it a question for which your material does not have an answer to it, you won't get an answer. Citations are provided in line. So if you do ask about a question of the corpus of information you have, it'll give you a list, a link, and if you click on that link, it'll show you which document it's in and where it is. So you can go back and find, where in my sources did researcher XYZ talk about the correlation between X and Z. And if it's there, it'll tell you where. It'll tell you what the correlation was, and it'll tell you where was the citation. You can ask factual questions. You can summarize documents. You can create glossaries, or even get creative suggestions based on your sources. The far right panel is the studio panel. That's where outputs get generated. You can generate various content types based on your sources, transforming information into new formats. Okay, 5 minutes, we got to go. So we'll do a quick thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to go to this Google Doc. And in this Google Doc, I would like you to, you'll see there are 8 PDFs of PowerPoint slides in there. And what I'd like you to do is download those and put them into the notebook you just created. So hopefully you're going to create a notebook, call it Building AI Fluency, add those files, and then make some, you can start. So those happen to be the PDFs of the slides that we use for the Building AI Fluency that I talked about. And so you can upload that, and you can ask what the learning objectives were. You can ask other questions about the what sources do we use, what tools do we talk about. This is going to be an exercise, but we're going to run out of time, so I'm just going to let you do that on your own.
Sir, is it chargeable or free?
Say it one more time. It's free. It's free. It's free. It's so it's a freemium model. So you can have 50 notebooks of, I think, 30 sources each for the free version. The paid version you can have more, but it's definitely a free version. Free version. Free version. Yeah. One of the outputs. I'm going to run out of time, but what? Yes.
Question: how is it different from Scholar AI or Scholar GPT?
So I think of Scholar GPT, it may not be that different. It may be, I'm not familiar with those. There are tools that do similar things. What got my attention in Notebook LM is that you can create a variety of outputs in, so you can create a study guide, you can create frequently asked questions, you can create briefing docs, you can create a timeline of the major events in the research. You can also get a podcast. I first used Notebook LM for my son's PhD thesis, which I didn't understand. I asked it in Notebook LM to create a podcast of it, and it did a 9-minute podcast, and now I understand what his research was about. So it probably does similar things, but I think Notebook LM may be more powerful as far as outputs. You said Scholar AI and
Scholar GPT.
Scholar GPT. Probably Scholar GPT is very similar. Scholar AI, I'm not so sure about. So let's do this. While you put those 8 into your notebook, I'm going to jump ahead. This is another Google Doc, PDF. Add this to your notebook. This is a 300-page report from an analyst about artificial intelligence. Mary Meeker is quite a well-known in the U.S., someone who does a lot of research. And so you can put that report into your notebook, and then instead of having to read all 300 pages, you can ask, are there any references to AI use globally in this? Are there any references to autonomous cars? You can inquire what you want to find out about AI trends and read the pages that are relevant to you instead of having to read all 300. I have one more to upload after that. So based on a conversation I had yesterday, I've not done this yet, but I am curious to understand whether this report refers to anything outside the U.S. That would be a good question to ask Notebook LM. I'm also, this report came out in May, I think, State of India's Digital Economy. Someone was telling me yesterday about the digital literacy campaign that the Indian government's on, and this is a 106-page document. I've not done this yet, but you can get a version of it here through the QR code, put it in Notebook LM, and ask, does the State of India's Digital Economy reference AI at all? If so, how? So that's a single use, but if you start to create a notebook that has lots of information about AI or about your research or about a topic you're interested in, that's a great way to keep that information instead of in a filing cabinet or on a computer file. It's in Notebook LM. You can inquire, ask questions of it much more expediently than if you have to go through your files or go through the file drawer. So Notebook LM is and I'll take questions afterwards, either offline too or later this week, about how to use Notebook LM, because it's a really powerful tool for research. Highly recommend it. So what does the State of India's Digital Economy say about AI and the global implications from the AI Trends Report? Okay, to wrap up, a couple things. One, these are some things we're doing at Wake Forest to help build AI fluency. Deeks.ai is a podcast that a colleague does. AI.wfu.edu is a website where we put information about what's available to students and what they should use, as well as guidelines for academic use, and not really policies, but guidelines. I mentioned the Building AI Fluency site. We use Canvas as a learning management system, and we have a Canvas tool for students to understand some basic level AI. We've done student workshops, and we've done faculty workshops. Here are some QR codes that'll take you to the Deeks.ai podcast. This will take you to YouTube. It's also available on Android and Apple podcasts. If you get a chance, listen to it, because I want to have the colleagues see, why are all these listens from India coming? Here's the website, and there's the academic guidelines. I'll have these available since we're running out of time. I'll give them an MRI so we can make them available to the group later. So, advice. If I were, this is advice I give to executives when I give them a talk on AI, because oftentimes they're new to it and they're not sure where to start. So my advice is look past the gee whiz, holy, isn't this cool what AI can do, and think about what problem you're trying to solve. Don't jump to a solution. Make sure you understand the problem you're going to solve. I teach a class called Structured Problem Solving, and it's all about, if you don't understand the problem, you can't find the right solution. So invest time understanding exactly what problem you're trying to solve. Experiment. Don't bury your head in the snow or sand. If you're going to, this is a fast-moving field, faster than any of our other fields that I'm aware of, so you've got to invest time, and you've got to try new things. Like I'm going to try scholarly.ai, and what is it, Google, Gamma, right. Aim high and have realistic expectations. So if you think AI might be able to do it, try it, but test it, verify it afterwards, because it might work, but it might not. It's not going to work every time, but it's worth trying. Anyone familiar with the term black box in modeling or computer science? Anyone know what a black box is? What's a black box? In this? Right. You can't explain what's happening inside, and so you got to be questioning what it is. And so a lot of machine learning models are like that. A lot of programs are like that. But make sure if you're getting input from someone who's built a tool, try to make sure they can understand it and how it works, how to explain it. So make sure they know what's under the hood, so to speak, and don't just take their word for it. Govern the process. I think, there's a lot of room for guidelines and suggestions on what to do, and because, as was mentioned earlier, there's lots of mistakes that happen with AI and people using hallucinations inappropriately. So make it a habit, iterate, beware AI washing. AI washing is something where people talk about AI in their products because they think if they say the word AI, they'll sell more. I go to an annual analytics conference in the US, and 2 years ago when I was there, all these vendors were talking about their products. Last year when I was there, same vendors, same products, all included AI in their marketing material. So because there's not a clear definition of AI, most of them did involve some sort of machine learning, so they could say it's AI, but the products hadn't changed. They just started using the term AI because they thought it would capture people's attention. Be alert for integrations. There's lots of AI being in, you can now have AI in Excel, AI in Word, AI in PowerPoint. Find a pundit, find someone to follow. I mentioned Ethan Mullock. Find someone you trust based on their output, and if they have a weekly newsletter or a monthly newsletter, listen to them, read them. It won't be all that's going on, but it'll be a trusted source you can go to. And be curious. So as I promised before MRI pulls me off, think about what you've learned and turn to someone who's next to you and make a commitment. There's a lot of research that says if you commit to something verbally that you're going to do, you're more likely to do it than think, you know what, I should try Notebook LM, or I should try Gamma. But if I commit, I'm going to try Gamma, I'm going to try Notebook LM, I'm going to try to improve my prompts, I'm going to try to get my students to use Socratic prompting, whatever it is, say it to someone next to you, and you're more likely to do it. Commit to something. Thank you for your time. This is the second day I'm here. I'll be around for the rest of this week and next week. And so seek me out. MRI will know where I am. I'd love to continue these conversations. And thanks for all your input in your activities. Thank you. All right.